Hello and welcome back to Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. We had a pretty great session yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to find out more about what's going on in the present and what other areas there are in the game to explore, because I really didn't expect there to be so many routes now in the present that we can take a look at and see what's going on there. And of course, as the title already says, I'm really looking forward to finding out if we can find something new in the reservoir, which is obviously the area where we started the game. Alright, so let's see here. The pacifying agent, we found a bunch of these in the abandoned dungeon yesterday. I'm not completely sure when I want to go back to those dungeons. I definitely want to fight and obviously have to fight the headless guys at some point. It's just that as of right now, I'm still really bummed about that I wasn't able to defeat the guy at the pagoda in the memory. So my sort of priority, I guess, in this case will be to do the memory first. So that means waiting for something that will help me defeat that guy, because I can't really be bothered with waiting to get back 10 stacks of ash just for that dude. And then obviously I still have to defeat Lady Butterfly as well. So I think I'm going to keep those two a bit. I'm going to wait a bit to tackle those two. And once I've done the memory and cleared all of that, I think I'm going to go back and try out the fighting the headless guys. I think that's sort of my priority, how I'm going to do this. So I obviously don't need that at the moment. Maybe I want to equip ceramic shards just so that I'm able to lure opponents where I want them to be. And then I think I am also going to try and get 4 skill points in order to upgrade my healing potency, because it definitely feels like I could need that, or that it would be very useful to have at this point. And then I also need to get some more Sen. I've got 300 right now, so I could sell all my coin purses and get the prayer bead the one merchant sells that I found close to the abandoned dungeon. But I definitely want to keep the coin purses for the fragment of the mask that he's selling, because I think because it's so expensive, it just makes sense to keep coin purses until you've got enough to buy that. So I think the heavy coin purse was 500, wasn't it? So I got about bit over 2,000 Sen in coin purses. So I'm definitely going to try and get enough money together to buy the fragment of the mask. One thing that I'm wondering a bit about is now it feels like I'm suddenly or I'm constantly bouncing around between having way too much money and having way too little. Because now obviously there are things that I could buy, but they're so expensive that I would theoretically have to farm for them, or I have to continue the game and then buy them, which is fine. And well, obviously that's the way it's, the game wants you to do it. It's just that you get the constant feeling that there might be a point in the game where you aren't able to buy those things anymore. So yeah. I definitely want to get them as fast as possible, but then again, at the same time, I don't really want to farm specifically money. Although it's, especially since I do have a lot of these Meeble balloons left, it's not that hard to do that. So I could, but yeah, that's not really what I want to do right now. On the other hand, acquiring skill points is harder than I thought. At the beginning of the game, or when you first get the skill tree, it felt fairly easy to unlock them, but now when I look at how much or how many skills I can still acquire, it certainly feels like it's going to take a while until you actually get all of them. Especially considering, you know, that there are these like ultimate skills, or however you want to call them, that you really want to get. All right. So, the point where I stopped yesterday was in Ashna Castle at the Ashna Reservoir, which is obviously the starting area of the whole game. And I'm really looking forward to see what might have changed. So we've already seen 3 of the rats, as they're called, the assassins from Senpu Temple, sitting down below where the water is in the reservoir. There's also the door, obviously, that we let Lord Kuro through when we rescued him from the Moonview Tower, or tried to rescue him rather, since it wasn't successful, obviously. Alright, let's see here. They'll probably notice me if I kill the dogs, unless we're sneaking around here. Wait, what? Shouldn't I be able to grab that? Is it because of those ornaments that you aren't able to hang on this wall? That's interesting. One thing that I'm a bit curious about is this sculptor's idol. I was at one point speculating about why they're here in the first place, like who put them up and why you would put them up. And this is the first time we've actually been to an area before where there hadn't been a sculptor's idol, and now there is one. So obviously it's part of the gameplay, right? It's one core system of the game to have these save points and fast travel points in the world. But at the same time, it's, you know, in a game like this, in a FromSoft game, you always wonder whether or not this has some kind of meaning to it. And I'm still not really sure. Maybe we'll find out when we, like later on, maybe the sculptor will tell us more about these Buddha statues or sculptures. And then maybe we'll find out how they work or why they work the way they, you know, obviously do. And then it might make more sense why people are putting them up. Because you could speculate that these are like, I mean, they're obviously sculptures that you can pray to, but I am wondering whether or not they might have some sort of spiritual energy that would help you in keeping away apparitions, for example. So that might be a direction where this goes, but obviously we can't say at this point if that's the case or not. Alright, how do I want to do this? I mean, there aren't really any more enemies here, so probably pretty easy if we just kill the dogs and then... Oh, they didn't even see me. Nah, idiots. Then again... is there any point in waiting for them? I don't know, I could... kind of want to go in this direction. But I don't know if I can come back up. I think I would be able to. But we can check that out later. We already eavesdropped on them, obviously. With these many people here, I definitely expected there to be like an eavesdrop situation where we would finally find out something about what they want to buy from the merchant. Because that's been a quest that's, you know, that we received pretty much at the beginning of the game, or, well, in the first real area after the tutorial. It was pretty quick that you get the request from the merchant to find out what the Ashina soldiers you know, need or want to buy from the merchant, and we still haven't found an eavesdrop where we can that we can tell him about. By the way, they drop quite a lot of sen. So at this point I'm a bit curious as to whether or not they drop more if you defeat enemies for the first time. Because I noticed that a couple of times that, you know, I received quite a lot of money, but then when I went back into the same area I really didn't. So I'm not sure how this might work overall. Let's see, so there's an item. I know that there's like a guy sitting near the grass that we snuck through at the beginning of the game. And then there are a couple people overlooking this area. So, since I do know that there has to be a way to get back to the well that we sat in, probably from the abandoned dungeon there might be like a way through the mountain that would lead back to the well. We could approach this whole area from the back, right, and try and sneak our way through. Because I don't really want to face these two big guys head on that are here. But let's maybe try and get a better look of this whole thing. So I see those two big dudes, and then two other dudes over there, and then I know that there's one with a pan. I think it's one of the guys with a pan that's sitting behind the wall. There is a grappling point there, so you might be able to kill him first. And you could probably kill the others without them noticing. And then I kind of suspect that there would be like a mini-boss maybe at the tower? Because what else would be the point of this whole thing? Unless there's like a powerful item there, which makes it even more makes it even more of a reason for a mini-boss to be there. Let's try the grappling point then. Interestingly enough, the second part of the tutorial level below the bridge, I mean, I knew that it was like a completely separate area to this one. Are there only items there? It almost, like from this perspective, it almost looks like there would be more to this than you'll notice at first. Alright, so this seems to be a rather straightforward thing. I definitely don't want to get noticed by the guy sitting at the grass over here. So we'll try and sneak around. Where is he sitting? Oh, there he is. Does he even have a pan? I thought he was... because from afar he looked like... Yes, he does have one. Alright, so he's definitely... It's the same type of enemy that we encountered at the... where was he? Like right before the Underbridge Valley, where you meet the snake for the first time. Oh, right, we can take a look over there. Yeah, that definitely looks like a mini-boss. He has a lance, so the Mikiri counter might be useful. Then again, weren't we supposed to find like a horn? The horn of Gyobu? That would make it easier to defeat enemies in armor? Because he does look like he has a pretty heavy armor on, doesn't he? There are a couple of weird sounds again. Alright, who do I want to kill first? I don't know whether or not the other guy would notice me. And we do have a key that might help us out in finding the horn that is supposedly here. Let me see. Now we can actually open the door, it seems, which wasn't possible before. Alright, I got him. Fistful of Ash. So maybe at some point we will be able to come back to the pagoda dude. There is actually somebody else on the ledge over here. And then there's also somebody standing, so there are... Where are they looking? They probably won't see me killing him, I assume. Where is the other dude looking? I mean, it could go to the tower itself, the way we did it last time, but I suspect that that might not be the best way to approach this, since the other guy he's looking into the door, isn't he? So unless he turns around, which I kind of suspect he will at some point, you know, just coming up the stairs would be the better option here. Oh, what? I didn't notice this one before. That's kind of cool. I mean, it's only a ceramic shard, but you are kind of rewarded for, you know, taking out these enemies first and then coming back to the other ones, which is always kind of a nice thing that they do it this way. Alright, the other dude is standing... He almost saw me. So I'll probably have to wait for the other guy to turn around. Or do I want to get to the well first? Probably want to take these out first. Yeah, probably have to wait for him to... Got 2 skill points right now. Wait, is there another dude standing over there? What? Did somebody see me? That the big dude? Seems like it. I mean, he's always turning around in a weird way. He doesn't seem to come up here. Which would be kind of useful if he tried to check out whether or not I'm here. Because I could kill him when he's going back down. Looks like he's actually coming up. Yes, he is. Hope that he will... Yeah, he will. Well, that's really useful. This is not how I expected this to go. That was cool. Actually helped me out that I did get noticed. And him, I hadn't seen before. This is just... I know that I was complaining that some of the areas don't really seem to favor stealth. But this seems to be a bit ridiculous, right? I mean, they're clearly looking into the completely wrong direction just for the purpose of you to be able to kill them silently. Then again, I mean, in general, I think it's a bit lame if the enemies don't move. Like, no real person would behave like this, right? No real person, like him, for example. What the hell is he doing there? Why would you stand in a corner like this, looking at the wall? And he's actively looking at the wall, if you look at his animation, which makes it even more ridiculous. So, yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't, like, why wouldn't they give them, like, routes to patrol? More ash. Alright, let's get this dude then. And I also receive quite a lot of skill points for these, so it definitely looks like there is some kind of multiplier for defeating enemies for the first time. Oh, what do we have here? So there's a remnant of Lord Kuro, I assume, that we see there. So we'll find out more. Maybe Genichiro actually went back to this place with Kuro? By the way, were these stones here before? That stone looks kind of new to me. And there are a couple more. Pretty sure they weren't here before. Which... why are they here? Are they trying to repair maybe these destroyed walls or something? But they don't seem to be even made out of stone. That's interesting, isn't it? Those stones? Doesn't really look like they would serve a purpose here. Alright, I hope the other guys... I mean, the one to the right will probably notice that I kill him. Yes, he will. Why didn't I... what? That was weird, but I couldn't deflect one of his attacks. Yeah, these stones... I mean, they don't look like they're supposed to be some kind of a weapon or something. You know, that they just look like they've brought them up here to either build or repair some kind of wall. But this is not exactly the place where you would assume that there has, like, this doesn't look like a place that needs a wall, right? Because it's pretty high up, it's like on the side, and there's a huge wall up to the castle anyway. And at the same time, I don't think that we've ever seen something that was built out of big rocks like these, because most of the walls are built out of smaller rocks that are fit together rather than these huge ones that are shaped like a brick. Pellet. Alright, let's check out the building over here, because as far as we know, the key that we received will probably lead us in, and will also probably give us a way or a means to defeat the guy standing up top. There's actually a big box in here. Somebody should clean this place up. Wait, is this the only... Let's see what this is first. A heavy coin purse. Nice one. Definitely need this. And then this. Gyobu's broken horn. Famed horn spear, once used by Gyobu Masataka Oniwa. Affixed to the shinobi prosthetic to create a prosthetic tool. The horn contracts to pull enemies in, also capable of stripping crude armor. Wait, the horn contracts to pull enemies in. That's not what I expected, but seems pretty cool. When the horn was broken during the rebellion, Ishin praised it for its splendid shape, awarding Oniwa with the cross-bladed spear of Shuzen Tamura. Who the hell is Shuzen Tamura? Why? They're throwing around names that we have not heard as of now. At least I don't think we have. Ishin praised it for its splendid shape. So the horn was broken during the rebellion, which it still is, but obviously that helps us because it will allow us to fit it to the prosthetic tool, which wouldn't be possible if it was, you know, if it still looked like it originally did, I think. And then we overheard two guys talking about somebody having an armor that they don't really like, and that therefore would be stripped away pretty easily, which I really assume would be that guy. I don't remember the name that they mentioned, if they even did mention a name. I have to go back to the dilapidated temple anyway to fit the prosthetic tool, so I might as well check out the other eavesdrop soldiers again, so that I know what I'm doing here. Unfortunately, it's quite a long, like, walk, right, to this place, or rather, there are quite a lot of enemies here, so would be a bit annoying to be defeated by that guy. Let's see here. I might want to check out the rest of this area first before trying to fight him. Who are you? even more people that we hadn't seen before. I assume that I can talk to him? Yeah. That looks like another merchant, maybe? Hi.
Makoto, しみる。美しい。じゃが、誰かを乞うような。どこか悲しいねじゃった。
Calls for something? I mean, we already talked to him, so I guess I'm gonna greet him.
もう一度聞かせてくれ。お主。
Who are you?
熊野陣左衛門と申す。堀回りの見回りを任ぜられております。見かけぬ顔だが、いずこの組衆か。明かせぬ。明かせぬとな。さては忍び衆でござるか。明かせぬ。これはご無礼を。忍び衆ならばさもあろう。これ以上司祭は聞きませぬぞ。
What? These conversations always stop at the most, like, unexpected times. So he doesn't know which clan I'm from, and is he connected in any way to the Ashina soldiers? Why are you here? And how did you get here? And why is he coughing?
この辺りで三味線の音を聞いておられぬか。音をたどってきたところ、この井戸穴に行き当たったのでござる。
Oh. Wait, what? So he is one of the people that we can lure to the abandoned dungeon. Which, well, first of all, he looks quite strong. So I don't really know how the surgeon that we met there would be able to use him for whatever they're doing down there. Then I have no clue what he's talking about with the shamisen, which I assume is some kind of instrument. And so I think, I mean, this isn't an absolute decision. At least I hope it's not. So I'll probably have the option to come back to him later on to lure him to the abandoned dungeon if I wanted to. I kind of think that there will be multiple different people that we might that we could lure to the abandoned dungeon, right? I mean, at least it seems it's kind of reminiscent of the Odin Chapel quest that you receive in Bloodborne, where you can decide for multiple NPCs that you meet throughout the game whether or not you want to send them to the clinic or to the chapel. And there is like one guy you specifically want to send to the clinic because otherwise he will kill everybody at the chapel. So at least as of now, I would assume that there are multiple people and we can decide who we're gonna send to the dungeon. So I think it'll be best to not mention it for now and maybe come back for him later. I hope that's not wrong, but then again, I can always do a different thing if I'm ever, you know, playing through this game on New Game Plus, maybe. This was a weird conversation, though. One second.
誰を呼んでおったのか。
Sorry about that.
なぜだか無性に気にかかる。いや、何でもござらん。忘れてくだされ。
Forget I ever spoke of it? Wait, so what kind of melody is he talking about? Instrument? I mean, this does sound like there will at some point be a place where somebody plays an instrument and we can then tell people that they might, like, he's specifically asking for a place where somebody's playing like a melody on an instrument. So I'm just guessing here, but I assume that there is going to be a place in the game where that description fits. And we can tell him about it. He wants to know about the melody. At the same time, of course, we don't really know who he is or why he's here, so might not be the best decision to lead him to whoever's playing that melody. Then again, we don't know who that might be at this point. Have you heard the shamisen? That's the instrument. But he followed the sound and it led him to this well. And I at least assume that the well would be connected to the abandoned dungeon and to the place where the second headless guy is doing his incantation or whatever it is. So it might technically be true that he heard the instrument from the abandoned dungeon coming through this well. But since I haven't heard it as of now, I won't tell him. I mean, since he asked again, I was right about, being able to wait on this and maybe decide later on. I wonder who that melody calls to. And it's also really interesting, so we don't know at this point. When he first mentioned the melody, I was kind of thinking that there might be like a friendly NPC that's playing that and who might help us later on. But now it might also, refer to an apparition type enemy that, is playing the melody to lure people to it to, well, kill them or use them in any way. Why are you standing here? How the hell did he get here? I mean, I guess if he was following the sound of something, it kind of makes sense. Let's see if there is anything else here. I was half expecting us to be able to hear. I was half expecting us to be able to hear a melody coming from the well. Maybe it stopped? Let's check out the well itself. Let's see if there's something in here. There is. Who are you? That's a mini-boss. Holy shit. Certainly didn't expect that. Do I want to fight? So there are It looks like there are two different mini-bosses that we might be able to approach. There's always kind of the question whether or not you want to fight them. This is a bit of an annoying place to get back to. Interestingly enough, he's turning his back towards us right now, so I don't know. What would happen if we came out of the abandoned dungeon? But he's clearly an enemy. I mean, so far, enemies and friendly NPCs have been... There has been a clear distinction between the two. I don't think that it would necessarily be possible to target a friendly NPC right away, right? And, you know, the other way around, it's not really, once you can target them and they have a health bar, you're not going to be able to talk to them. I assume so, but, you know, maybe that changes at some point. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the interesting part about this whole thing, right? Not knowing whether or not you might, you know, fail some kind of quest line you didn't even know existed, simply because you took some action that you didn't know led to something else. That's what's fun about these games, right? Do I want to approach him? And then, again, why is he here? And didn't the other guy notice him? Did he also follow the shamisen into this well? I mean, he does look like a more skilled enemy, right? He also has the purple... Kind of was expecting that. He also has the purple robe, much like the guy at the pagoda. So I assume that he will also probably notice and target me immediately if I approach him. I don't think that he will let me backstep him. So since I'm not really able to defeat the pagoda dude, I don't really think that I want to approach him right now. Probably want to deal with the other mini-boss first and use the new prosthetic tool that I have. Alright, so let's head back out for now. I mean, we know what's up here, or you know, what's down there, and we can deal with it at some point. The thing is, I think you can jump down onto him. And that way maybe take out the first of his health bars? That should be possible, shouldn't it? Because I don't think that he will... I mean, there's no way that he would notice that. Alright. Only question that remains is how I want to... or what I want to do before unlocking the new prosthetic tool. Because that's clearly the guy... What? Some of these poses when they die are a bit frightening. Do you sink into the ground? Certainly looks like it. I would assume that I need the prosthetic tool to defeat him. Not necessarily need it, but I probably want it. I mean, I could check out the mountainside before dealing with him. I'm assuming that he turns around at some point. So one part that I also wanted to know, I could see a small village. at some point, which was when did I see that? And also I wondered whether or not you'd be able to look back at the Hirata estate from this place, but you clearly can't. So I guess it would be behind that mountain then? Still not completely sure how this fits together geographically. Alright, but let's head back for now, and I definitely wanna know what the other two guys were talking about with this dude. And then yeah, I'm not really in favor of farming like skill points, but every time that I... Wait, what? Wasn't I in Ashna... Wait, isn't the reservoir part of the castle? Why does it just play its location name? So, or were they talking about him? He also has like a heavier armor on him. But here it looks more fitting, right? I think we've seen like one or two mini bosses that we already fought look pretty much like him. So I think when they're talking about somebody with like a what is this box? Wait, did somebody hear that? When they were talking about somebody having an armor that didn't really fit them, I think they're probably talking about the guy in the reservoir. It just seems to make sense. Big bugger from Taro Troop? Huge frame and massive strength. Yeah, I think I maybe should go back to some of these like eavesdrop locations and just, you know, cycle back through them, because that's something that I didn't catch before because I didn't know about Taro Troop at that point, because I hadn't found the notice in the abandoned dungeon. So I was wondering why there were two of the big dudes in the reservoir, which, by the way, I completely forgot about the second part, so you know, I will go back to that place right away. But so the Taro Troop, as far as I know at this point, I think refers to the big people that we've seen so far, right? The big, like, fatty guys with all the kinds of different weapons that they have, and apparently they are talking about having put an armor onto one of them. I still think that's the guy at Moonview Tower, but yeah, I'm not really sure about that. But he's also part of the Taro Troop. And we found, what was his name? I think Kotaro? The big crying dude at Senpu Temple. And he's claiming to also be of Taro Troop. And he said that they left him there, which makes it sound like Taro Troop is, you know, a group of people, possibly those big guys, but it made it sound like they were moving around like as a group, because as of now we've only faced those enemies, like we've only seen them one at a time, sometimes two at once, but never more. So it never really, I didn't really connect them to any kind of troop, so maybe they aren't Taro Troop, although this conversation makes it sound like they are. So, yeah, that is certainly very, very curious. Let's just get rid of these two guys. I have to farm a bunch of stuff anyway. Oh, shit. I was accidentally trying to do the... yeah. I was accidentally trying to do the Ichimonji or whatever it's called. I sometimes try and... I try to defeat these small enemies with too much... Like, I'm trying to defeat them, like, stylishly, which obviously doesn't seem to work. Because I'm messing up all my deflections. Alright, so that's the well. And I think I've looked over here. So now I want to get down to those rats. I do hope, but I think you're able to go back up, right? Because if we face yet another mini-boss at some point in that direction, then that would be pretty bad. By the way, is the other dude spawning in from this distance? I don't think he is. No, he isn't. And when we approached it, it looked like the door was open, whereas now it looks closed. I guess that's just draw distance. So, yeah, let's go down to the rats then. And equip the axe. Or can I... wait. I could probably just jump down here instead of going around. I don't really want to miss out on anything, but... yeah, I think it has some frame pacing issues in this area, I think. Or it drops a couple of frames, the game. I think that's because it has to load in this whole area. He's T-posing in the ground. Why is Ashina Reservoir designated as its own place? Because it appears like at the sculptor's idols in the travel menu, they appear, or the reservoir rather appears under Ashina Castle. It's a bit inconsistent that they would display it as its own thing here. So it doesn't look like there's anything that I missed. No item here. Certainly curious to see whether or not the geckos will be down there again. And is there any point to go below the bridge? Oh. For whatever reason, that sentence activated Siri, which is stupid. Interestingly enough, there's also a grappling point there. Is that just so that you can... oh, that's probably so that you can jump down from the well. So you might be able to jump down from the well and then grapple onto that tree. I think it's just so that you can get over there. I probably want to approach this whole thing from the other side though, because from this side I don't think there's any point to it. There are no items here, and the rats are We can grapple over there. It's really interesting. Those grapple points, obviously you weren't able to use them in the tutorial, and they weren't even showing up, so you kind of didn't really pay attention to what you were able to do here. Now it's really interesting that they placed this many grappling points here. It makes sense, of course, but it's just interesting. Like that one, for example. Why is that even there? Probably, I mean, I can still check out some of these areas anyway later on, so I probably want to go for killing the small dudes first. I don't know where they are at this point, though. Hope that I'm not missing one of them. So there's one. One of them was like down in the... all the way down, near that other item. This guy's here. Might be able to approach him silently. Still strange that one of them at the sculptor's idol, shortly after you've encountered the serpent, is much more attentive than all the other guys. Even though he's turning his back to you, he still immediately notices you approaching him. It's rather interesting, though, that there doesn't seem to be a trap here, right? And these are... and another heavy coin purse. We're getting close to be able to purchase a part of the mask. Wait. So that's a sculptor's idol, right? And I kind of remember it being here even in the tutorial. But at that point, I think you hadn't seen one. Right? So, what does that mean? Is that going to activate somehow at a certain point? What's the best way to do this? I could just sneak up on him, but then there might be geckos still lurking in the water. Aren't there like... oh no, that's the... like on the water surface, there are like leaves. Kind of looked like there was something moving there. But I don't think that there is anybody else here, so... I guess let's just try and kill him from here. Or I think the geckos disappeared. Yuck. I can... I think that's the first time that I've really been able to look at their faces. He looks a bit sullen. And Amoeba Balloon of Spirit. High chance of obtaining spirit emblems. We also found that at Senpu Temple, right? At Senpu Temple I found the first one of these. This is the second one, I think. And at Senpu Temple there were also these assassins. I mean, they are from Senpu Temple, so it makes sense that they would have these balloons. And, I mean, of course, the spirit emblems, I mean, they have to be somehow connected to the apparition type enemies, right? It's clearly, you know, some kind of magical thing. Or the prosthetic itself. The shinobi prosthetic is clearly somehow a magical thing of some sort, and that's why it consumes spirit emblems. So I think these dudes from Senpu Temple, it really makes sense for them to have those Miibu balloons, right? that give you more spirit emblems, because they are obviously looking for, like, they are looking into immortality and undying apparitions. So maybe through, you know, using these, I mean, they're prayer balloons, right? So you use those balloons in prayer. I guess they, by specifically using these, they're trying to, you know, activate some kind of, well, I don't really want to call it magic, because magic in this game, you know, just the word itself doesn't really fit, in my opinion, but it's certainly, you know, it's close to it, I guess. Just to be able to describe it. Yeah, I do think that these grappling points are just here so that you're able to get around fast from one side to the other, and that you can go down here from the well. Although it does seem like quite the distance, but maybe if you jump could work out. Then again, why risk it if you know that there's like another path that leads here? You know what? One thing that I noticed that I haven't used so far is the homeward idol. Because in this game, I don't think that you lose anything by using it, right? So I might want to equip it just in case there is like a boss type enemy in here. Wait, it's also... What is that grappling point all about? Huh. Seems a bit useless if this is also here. Yeah, so this is like a non-activated sculptor's idol. I'm not completely sure whether or not this is the first one of those that we found. Because, well, they're quite easy to overlook, right? And there are definitely a bunch of other, like, Buddha statues in the game, so it doesn't necessarily, you know, pique your interest. But this one, I mean, just the location and the way it's sitting there, like completely separate from any other thing that would be close to like a sculpture or a statue, makes it look like it's supposed to be an actual sculptor's idol that you can travel to and that you can rest at. But it doesn't seem activated, so... I mean, this was certainly the beginning fight of the game, so maybe this is like an endgame area, or maybe it's even the final boss arena and then we'll activate the sculptor's idol later on. Could be the case. And I suspect that this is just closed, yeah. So there might be a way to open this later on. Maybe we need Lord Kuro. Maybe he knows how that works. So there might come a point where this actually gets activated, which is pretty cool. These racks are also interesting. They kind of resemble the snake skin in the valley, but they're obviously not that. How did they get here, though? It kind of seems... I mean, we encountered like one of the Senpu assassins in the tutorial under the bridge. It kind of makes it look like he was sort of living under the bridge, maybe waiting for a specific moment to come out of hiding. Alright, so I have to get back to the dilapidated temple anyway. Honestly, I kind of want to farm a bit at this point. I know it's, you know, it's not really in the spirit of the game to technically just farm stuff, but it kind of feels like it would be very useful to do that. So, I mean, I can still return to the dilapidated temple at this point. How much was the prayer bead that I'm able to purchase? I think it was like 1,200 sen? Something like that. So if I'm farming for 3 skill points, I might also be able to get the required sen to buy it. And then if I get more sen, I can always just buy more coin purses. And I want to keep the coin purses up until the point when I get the when I get enough to get 5,000 sen out of them to buy the mask fragment. Alright, let's travel back to the dilapidated temple and get the prosthetic tool first. I also want to see whether or not, like, the sculptor is maybe commenting on something, but at this point I've kind of given up on that. I think, well, there's probably going to be an event in the game that, you know, really changes sort of the core story of how everything is connected. So I don't think, yeah, they don't have anything new to say. And I also, like the dragon rod, I still think that I don't really want to use a dragon's blood droplet, even though it does increase my resurrective power. I'm rather curious though how the dragon rod actually works, like how many people can be affected, and like I mean, I assume that there has to be a point where it actually kills an NPC. I just, like, how long is that gonna take though? I kind of want to know. At the same time, obviously, I don't really want an NPC to be killed, because it might lead to me missing out on a quest or something. I mean, at this point, I do have 2 dragon's blood droplets, theoretically. One I do have, and the other one I can buy, because it's pretty cheap from the other merchant. So I think if I'm encountering a 3rd one, I'll definitely use one of them. Otherwise, I'm trying at least to wait until I finish the memory before using one. Although at this point, technically, I mean, if you count the pagoda dude and the memory as well, I have, like, Lady Butterfly is the only, like, real boss enemy that I know of so far. But then I have the pagoda dude, I have the one in the well, I have the one with the armor, 2 headless guys, and then also one, like, normal samurai guy in Ashina Castle. So technically I know about 6 mini bosses, which is kind of insane if you think about it, like how many of them are in this game. Yes, I do need something. Fit new prosthetic tool, the loaded spear. A prosthetic tool loaded with Gyobu's broken horn costs spirit emblems to use. Unleash far-reaching thrust attacks. Lighter enemies struck by the spear may be dragged towards the wielder. Those of large build will at times force themselves into poorly fitting armor. Such armor could be torn clean off, coined by Gyobu as armor stripping. this does hint that there will be multiple enemies where you can do that. So you are always looking for large build enemies with poorly fitting armor that you can strip away by using this. You can have a thrust, and then also a drag if you double push R2. Pull an enemy struck by the spear back towards you. You can also tear poorly fitting armor from heavier foes. So in order to strip the armor away, you have to drag 2 times. Seems like a pretty useful thing, to be honest. Nice. And then let's see. Oh, so this unlocked these upgrades right now, which is cool. I'm still missing these ones though. So how many prosthetic tools are there? Probably like 3 more maybe? Judging by this skill tree or upgrade tree. So I could upgrade to this one, the spring-loaded axe, which you can do like a whirl attack around you. I'm not really sure whether or not that's useful. Could be useful if you're fighting like multiple shield enemies or multiple of those Shenpu rats at the same time. But I don't know, it's quite easy to see when you approach a situation like that and then just not do that. I can't do this one, and again, wait, this is the one with the knockback, right? So that could be useful at times. And what does this do? Reinforced with a spring mechanism. Unleash far-reaching thrust attacks. Wait, that's the same. Store energy in the spring mechanism and use its momentum for successive and relentless thrust attacks. So if you hold R2, it's doing a rush. Ready your spear and rush straight ahead. Well, it does sound useful. It's just that it just strikes me as an attack that, I don't know, would a shinobi really do that? And is it like that? Probably, if you're rushing that, you might burn through your spirit emblems really fast. So either you're doing it as sort of a last stand, or if you know that the enemy is almost dead. Because otherwise, I don't really see how that's going to be useful. Then again, we can also then unlock this one. Right, and I forgot that this also costs Sin. So I don't even know whether or not I want to do this right now. Since I wanted to buy the prayer bead from the merchant, maybe I want to hold off on these. Then again, it might be useful, right, against the mini-boss that is supposed to be weak to this. And this can do a cleaving attack. Hold cleave. Charge up your strength, then cleave through surrounding enemies. Most of these upgrades, which I'm a bit disappointed about, a lot of these upgrades seem to be like an AoE of the same prosthetic tool. So most of them seem to be useful against groups of enemies, which, yes, there are groups of enemies in this game, but for the most part you really want to avoid fighting groups of enemies, right? So honestly, I'm not really sure why you would want that. And then we've also got this one right now. Charges the rotational out. Wait. Oh, right. This one was the one that I definitely wanted to unlock at some point, because now it has a penetrating effect that damages vitality and posture even when guarded, which also might be incredibly useful against the purple shinobis. Because otherwise they just guard these, right? And you kind of waste your spirit emblems by using it. So just for this possible upgrade, I might want to do this, but it would mean that I probably had to farm more money. I don't really want to do that. I mean, I'm here right now. Let's just go for it. And it unlocked a bunch more information, which is also great. Okay, let's see here. So now we have a spiral spear. A loaded spear with a spiral chiseled into the blades. Sharp thrust attacks from this prosthetic tool damage an enemy's vitality and posture even through their guard. Seems also pretty useful. The spear's spiral creates a corkscrew shockwave that gouges and rends as it penetrates. Holy shit. And it costs 10 iron. Corkscrew thrust. Release a spinning corkscrew, thrust at an enemy before you, damage vitality and posture even if guarded. And it still has the drag and also corkscrew rush. Ready your spear and unleash a keen spinning corkscrew rush. Might be pretty useful if you've already damaged your enemy's posture somewhat, and then you just go in with the rush, you know, to get the death blow. Sounds really cool. And I finally know why I required those materials from the very beginning. So this is the Phantom Kunai. Lady Butterfly's kunai fitted into the shuriken wheel costs spirit emblems to use. Creates a special sound when thrown, which causes phantom butterflies to follow the path of the kunai. The phantom butterflies chase after enemies and inflict damage even when guarded. And it requires a shit ton of materials as well. Phantom butterflies fly out after throwing kunai. The phantom butterflies chase after enemies, can also inflict damage to guarding enemies. And then you have a swarming dance, charged to release more butterflies. And this is where you actually need the phantom kunai. But considering, so, wait a second here. You only gain these prosthetic tool upgrades after you've defeated the first boss. Then you have to get the broken horn from Gyobu, and I still need one other prosthetic tool that I haven't found yet, and only then are you able to actually use that upgrade material, the Phantom Kunai, which you're able to buy pretty much from the very beginning, from the second merchant you meet. That's even before fighting the ogre with the red eyes, which is technically only the second mini-boss that you encounter in this game. So that's kind of nuts that it takes so long for you to actually be able to use that item, which I don't know, maybe I'm a bit too what would you call that? Maybe I'm a bit too guarded when it comes to these materials or stuff that you can buy from the vendors, because I mean, this really makes it seem like you're supposed to play through a pretty large portion of the game before you'd want to go back to purchase that stuff, right? I mean, so it kind of makes it look like, for example, the mask fragment that I would be able to buy now. Technically, I mean, I don't have the money for it, but I could buy it. That only comes into play probably much later in the game. It's a really interesting way of distributing these items, right? And it also makes it like you question, like, how is the memory supposed to be done? I mean, when I'm talking about supposed to be done, obviously it is a FromSoft game, and it's pretty open in the way you can approach it, and it's certainly specifically created this way, right? So they want you to explore, they want you to, go down different routes and sort of find your own way through the game, which is pretty cool. But I still, like, in the back of my mind, I'm always wondering, you know, what's sort of the most optimal, or I guess the intended route for you. And then we also have the Sparking Axe. So you can later on combine multiple different prosthetic tools, it seems. So this would then combine the flame vent with the axe, right? A loaded axe with an attached percussion hammer to create flame. Meets out attacks bathed in flame from the axe's blade. Hitting the sparking percussion hammer causes a violent eruption of flames and increases the effective area of the attack. This is both firearm and heavy axe. Holy shit. Bring a flaming axe down from above to strike an enemy, destroy shields made of wood, and creates a roar of flames on hit. So this would then be pretty useful against like red-eyed enemies that also have a shield. So I assume that at some point we will encounter red-eyed enemies that have like a wooden shield. And it also has the whirling strike. And you can continually do worlds until you've run out of spirit emblems. Seems like a very powerful thing. And then we have Okinaga's Flame Vent. A barrel containing smoldering resin that acts as an explosive catalyst. Emits a short-range flame blast. Continuous fire damage will inflict the burn status. It is able to maintain a continuous stream of flames due to the smoldering resin inside of the tube mechanism. So this is much like the kunai. This seems to be a very special thing. So at some point we're probably going to encounter somebody called Okinaga, who will probably be using this against us. Fire Breath shoots a blast of fire in front of you. So it's the flame vent, but a sustained fire blast. Charge up the spring mechanism, release a huge blast of fire before you. It can also knock back, much like the other upgrade. And it requires Pine Resin Ember. Pine Resin? Senpu Temple is the one place we encountered so far that actually has, like, you know, trees. I mean, obviously all the other areas have trees as well, but Senpu Temple looks, you know, a lot more like foresty than all the other places we've been to so far. So maybe that's where you find it, Pine Resin. I mean, it could also be sold by like a random merchant, I guess, much like the kunai. Because, I mean, obviously the Phantom Kunai, you don't find it close to Lady Butterfly, but rather at the merchant in the present, which is, you know, completely separate from the memory. Although, then again, he is close to the maid that gives you the memory, so I guess you could say they do have a connection as well. Alright, let's see here. So now I have the loaded spear thrust type. Whoa. That's an actual spear. And if I hold it down, it's like a large thrust. Yeah, and the double R2 is what you'll use for stripping enemies of armor. Holy shit, I didn't expect it to be an actual spear. And what is the connection to the broken horn then? Is the horn used as some kind of... I guess the horn more or less encapsulates the like mechanism behind the spear unfolding. pretty cool looking as well. Alright, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna take a short break, and when I come back, I think we're gonna farm. I almost said that we're gonna, you know, try out the spear on the big dude with the armor in the reservoir, but I want to farm. I want to unlock, I want to get 4 skill points and unlock the healing potency, and then I want to buy the prayer bead from the one merchant that has it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So stick around if you want to, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Welcome back. So let's continue this whole thing, shall we? And not really, let's see here. Let's equip the Amiibo Balloon of Wealth. And then honestly, let's try farming at the beginning of the game. Although I kind of want to know. So the let's try that actually. Let's see how much I get out of these enemies here at the beginning, and let's compare that to the enemies in the reservoir. So let's rest, because I didn't do that before. Kind of have to go quickly through these though, but let's see. Kill him. 16 is not a lot, right? I mean, he definitely seems exactly as strong as the other ones. But they don't seem to drop as much money, do they? Kill him. The heck? Seriously? Oops. That was the wrong... That was certainly the wrong... What was he... Was he trying to throw something at me? Wait a second. Totally forgot about the dogs. Oh, wait, what? Didn't hit him. There are no enemies here, unfortunately. Probably have to pop the next balloon then. And the big dude should be... There he is. Unfortunately, my balloon ended. How much money did I get out of that? Like 150 or something? Nah, I don't know, it's not really all that much, is it? I don't know whether or not it's really worth it using... wait. Using Meeble balloons on enemies here? Right? Because it just... I don't know how much worth there's really in that. They don't necessarily seem to drop a lot of money. Where is he? Yeah, so you probably, if you want to farm, I think you probably want to farm like in the latest area that you encountered. I don't think there's necessarily any merit in farming these older areas. I think that it's not really worth it. Just kill him first. I don't care. I always mess up that guard somehow. And it didn't even give... like the whole area didn't give a whole lot of skill points as well. I mean, it did give something, but certainly not enough to really warrant running through here multiple times. It's kind of a... almost forgot about the rooster. Kind of a shame though. Because it's kind of fun, you know, just running through these areas really fast. Almost like you're training for like a speed run. Yeah. They certainly don't drop a lot of money. Then again, like in the newer areas, it might be a bit annoying using like Meeble balloons there, simply because obviously you have to be more careful. Isn't there like another guy here? It's been a while since I've been here actually. It's kind of cool. I totally forgot that he did that. Time for the Mikiri counter. Yeah, so this would take a while before you would get the money. Let's try and go back to the Ashina Reservoir and just use the Meeble balloons there. Let's see here. Seems a lot more useful, honestly. You just kind of have to be fast in killing all of the dudes, but then again, it shouldn't be much of a problem since I know, like, the route, the most useful route through that. So yeah, it should work out. Oh, great. Just trying to check whether or not my audio is fine, and it messed up my category again. I like Twitch. Not. Alright. Should be fine. Let's see here. I mean, the first two dudes should be pretty easy to kill. So let's just pop the balloon. They're harder to kill than I thought. Wait, how much was that? 48. Yeah, they drop way more. Holy shit, that's worth it. Do have to be fast though. Yeah. And not do that. What the hell? That was annoying. Let's approach him quietly. I think I should kill him next. Yeah, so it's definitely worth like a lot more if you farm enemies at newer locations, which is interesting. I honestly, because you're mostly killing them like instantly by sneaking around, you don't necessarily notice that they're different, right? But they do have quite a lot more posture, I think. So there was one guy to the left, one guy in front. I probably don't want to be seen by the big dude. I think he's turning back. What the hell did I just do? Never seen that before, that I was able to immediately hang onto the wall just by running to that point. Let's see here, I don't want to be seen by any of them. My Amiibo balloon ran out, but shouldn't be a big deal. I mean, this is certainly like a very useful farming route. Just need to make sure that the other guy doesn't see me. Let's see here. Pop the balloon. Wait, did you see me? That's not what was supposed to happen. Let's see if I can get out of his reach. I think that was the first time that I actually used that sliding motion, which honestly it isn't really all that useful. Unfortunately, they both turned around, which is not what I wanted. So let's see if we can take this approach, maybe. The other guy turned back already. Didn't expect him to turn around so soon, honestly. Interestingly enough, the big dudes don't even drop money. Never noticed that before. Alright, I'm pretty close to where I want to be though. So maybe doing one more of this route should do it. I'm almost at 4 skill points, yeah, definitely. So let's rest. And do this one again. Does it stop the Meeple balloon? Doesn't seem to be the case, interestingly enough. That's kind of cool. I was still able to use my balloon. It's also kind of dumb at the same time, since that kind of means that you can just rest at the sculptor's idol and repeatedly kill the same two dudes that spawn right beside it, rather than, you know, going through the hassle of killing everybody here. I don't know whether or not that's an oversight, or they just didn't really expect people to farm like this. It's just really useful though in this game, right? Or, well, really useful might be a bit of a stretch, but it certainly is useful. Let's pop another balloon and go through here. I mean, I have so many of these balloons that I really feel like we should just always use them almost. I mean, there's no point to not using them, right? That's what they're for. Which, again, well, that didn't really work out, did it? I got my 4 skill points. And I do have enough money, I think. Yeah, for anybody who would sort of argue that you're not supposed to farm in this game, you can kind of counter that by saying, well, what are the balloons then for, right? That's the whole point of the balloons existing, is that you can farm enemies in this game. And it's actually quite useful at that. So at this point, I think I almost have enough money to also buy the Dragon Blood Droplet. Which certainly will be really useful. I mean, at this point, there isn't really any point to clearing out all of these enemies, I feel like. Then again, why not do it? That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, they don't drop money anyway, so... I still have a bunch of Meeple balloons, so if you really wanted to, you could probably farm like a bunch of stuff. The coolest part about this is, though, that I would argue that it doesn't even really make the game any more easy, right? I would say that you can, you know, have an advantage over certain enemies. But for the most part, it's not like it makes the game really like brain dead easy or something. You still always have to, you know, think about how you approach a situation and, you know, select the right tools for the right enemies. Which overall is a theme in this game anyway, right? That you're supposed to really think about what is the most useful thing for a given situation and how do I use it, I guess. So if I don't rest, is there any point to resting? Not necessarily, right? So it might be better if I don't rest, because that way I might be able to approach the boss enemy without the other guys respawning. Although then again, I don't know whether or not travel counts as resting in this case. Because it's sometimes... I think depending on whether or not the game has to load a section or not, the enemies will either respawn or not, which is kind of strange sometimes. Alright, so I want to get this one, definitely. Because now my health bar has actually increased enough that it's really useful to have more potency in the healing that you do. This takes 5 skill points though. Alright, and let's travel to the abandoned dungeon entrance. But again, doing this farming route on like newer enemies, that was pretty quick. You know, you could probably farm a bunch of skill points in here. Hello. What's up? Oh, this is 1,400. Thought it was a bit cheaper than that, but not a big deal. So I still need money for this one then. Possession balloon. Do I want to purchase anything else? Let's just get 2 of these. Just to spend all the money. For skill points, for example, you could also just repeatedly rest at this sculptor's idol and kill this dude. Then again, there are dogs attached to him, right? So maybe that wouldn't even really be the most efficient farming point. Alright, let's go back to the reservoir. I mean, that is pretty close, so let's see whether or not the enemies respawned. Yes, they did. It's a bit unfortunate, but guess we have to live with that. I mean, you could probably just go around all of them. Let's see here. So I want to use the loaded spear against the boss enemy. One thing that I don't want, obviously, is some of the big guys suddenly seeing me while I'm fighting the boss, or a mini-boss. I assume it's a mini-boss. Because that would be pretty messy. Anything else that might be useful? I still haven't really encountered anyone that poisoned me, though. Not really sure what this is about. And then I have a bunch of stuff against poison and burn. Pacifying agent. I might want to use one of these sugars. Maybe even the offensive one. But then again, at the same time, it might be kind of useful to figure out like how he fights first. So let's go on with healing items, and let's see here. Can I sneak around these first guys though? Yes, I can grapple here, which is really cool that they actually let you take this route to the boss. So you don't have to fight most of the enemies. I could even probably not kill this guy, but then again, why not? I have to kill the other 2 dudes anyway. Not these guys, but the dudes behind the house here. He drops ash, so that's useful as well. Let's already change to the loaded spear. I don't know how long the range of the big dude actually is. I don't know whether or not he would be able to see us when we're fighting like up top near the Moonview tower. I don't even know whether or not he'd be able to see us if we sneak around here. By the way, these stones... So there was like another path that went around here, right? Because it looks like there was like a staircase of some sort on the side of the mountain. And I guess at some point there had to be, maybe there was an earthquake or something that destroyed this part of the mountain, destroyed the cliffside. Kind of have to watch out whether or not they may have placed like an enemy here, but I don't think so. And again, I don't know if you should be able to, like, I never noticed that the trees sway so much. Does look like kind of a cheap effect. I wish they hadn't really bothered with that. The other ones, like on top of the mountains, look fine, but the trees back there, it just kind of looks a bit messy. So, I mean, shouldn't the Hirata estate pretty much be exactly behind this mountain? But it doesn't really look like a bamboo forest is there. Maybe they just put it closer together on the like world map. Maybe it's just like I guess you would call it like artistic impression of what the surrounding area looks like. Then again, everything else looks pretty much like it does on the map, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's just because Hirata Estate would be like a special place connected to the castle, so they wanted it to be on the same map, but at the same time still like couldn't place it according to its actual location. So I kind of want to take a sneak peek into this tower. Would the guy on the outside be able to see me? Wait. Did he walk down? Yes, he turned around, much as I expected him to. Alright, so this might be the correct way of doing this, I hope. You know, now that I see this cage again, why is that here? Because now that we've been to the abandoned dungeon, we have seen multiple of these cages. Either I'm misinterpreting it and they are actually used for animals. Maybe Lord Kuro had like a pet of some sort. Or they are connected to the apparition enemies somehow, or to the undead. That would be strange at the same time, wouldn't it? To place a cage in this tower? Unless maybe they thought that the moonlight would be connected to it? Hmm.
何故私に授けられた。
These remnants, I still don't really know how they properly function. It almost feels like they were left by Lord Kuro on purpose. So it's not necessarily a memory or you know, just something random that connects Wolf and Kuro, but rather it seems like, you know, the Divine Heir is at least somewhat capable of leaving behind these remnants in places he wants them to be. So he is sort of able to leave behind like hints and certain things he wants us to know, it feels like, right? Wait, what am I looking at? That's just the reservoir, right? Yeah, that's the staircase leading up to the Moonview tower. All right, so am I even able to perform a death blow if he's still wearing his armor? Is what I'm actually most curious about. I mean, at this point, I don't really lose anything by attacking him. Do you think that he will turn back before I can approach him? Almost seems like he will, doesn't it? But apparently not. Shikibu Toshikatsu Yamauchi. Holy shit. They always start out really quick, much quicker. But alright, he is doing a thrusting attack though. Wait. What the hell? Why wasn't I able to counter him right there? Kind of feels like he isn't the guy with the armor. Because it certainly feels like it's much harder to... that's unfortunate. That was an interesting death. Holy shit. Alright, so I'm able to do the Mikir counter against him. Either I forgot how that thing actually works, or it's just simply not really possible to counter him with it. Or you have to unlock like an additional thing with it. So I kind of got the impression that he isn't the guy you're supposed to use the spear against. Either I just did it wrong, because he was able to sort of parry it. I mean, I could probably try using the spear first, before actually doing anything else. Since I am able to approach him from behind, then again I would give up the first death blow. Overall, he does seem like an enemy you're definitely able to like fight normally. I mean, there isn't really anything that seems overly useful against him. And the prosthetic tools, I don't think that the loaded axe will be really any useful. Wait, so this, yeah, so I'll definitely try out the drag when I first approach him. I don't think that either Flame Vent nor Firecrackers will be really useful. And I don't think that the axe will be either. I will keep the Shuriken though, because that's always, you know, kind of useful against, like if enemies are low, you can just, you know, throw one and quickly charge in. And then, well, I'll keep the Ichimonji for now. But let's see, the Mikiri counter. Circle the moment an enemy thrust attack lands. Stomp on the enemy's sword to render a thrust ineffective and deal a large amount of posture damage. That didn't seem to happen, right? So I was able to stomp on his spear, but it didn't really seem to do anything. It didn't really seem to affect him all that much. Because I did use the Mikiri counter when he killed me, but he then maybe I just have to like jump away or something at that point. It does counter his death blow attack, but it doesn't do anything else, it feels like. But let's go back to him and see whether or not I can strip away his armor when I'm approaching him from behind. If that is the case, then you kind of have to apparently decide whether or not you want to trade the first death blow for that, or it's a case of you having to time your prosthetic tool differently. Interestingly enough, what is the point of him? I suspect that he will drop like another item other than a prayer bead. Because if he only drops a prayer bead, then the whole point of this, like what would be the point of this, right? So far we haven't really, well, we've gotten the spear, but that was without having to fight him. And if my assumption is correct that he isn't actually the enemy that we're supposed to use it against. So, right, because the two people on the bridge, they were talking about the enemy, right? They were talking about one of the guys from Taro Troop and his not really fitting armor. He was called something different though. He was called, he doesn't seem to be a member of the Taro Troop, and his name did seem somewhat familiar. Either I'm misreading that or misremembering that, or somebody did mention him. Both of those could be correct. But it is rather interesting that they let you get into this tower before approaching him. Let's see though, how would this work? Alright. Yeah, so that's definitely not the correct way of... That was a swing. And that was that timing. Alright, so that's definitely not worth it. I'm just gonna die here because that would take way longer than it should. He's got a bunch of health. I didn't expect that, to be honest. That is one thing. Well, then again, the pagoda dude in the memory, he doesn't actually have that much health. It's just that it's incredibly hard to hit him. Whereas this guy does have a bunch of health. The only part that is kind of annoying me right now, though, is that now I'm left wondering what the best approach would be. I mean, overall, he does seem like more of a, I guess you would call it like a normal type enemy. So he does have like a swinging attack, a thrust attack, you know, a bunch of different attacks, but you are pretty much able to deflect most of them. So it seems much more like a normal fight, which it has been a while since I've actually, you know, seen one of these. I still think that there has to be, you know, like a best approach to this, though. Well, sometimes he's really fast. When he's jumping into the air, it would be useful to use the spinning shuriken, but I don't know. It seems really, really hard to time this, because you have to hold R2 and then still hit them while they're in the air, which just seems pretty hard to do. And then the other things, yeah, I don't really know whether or not this is really useful. The spear, well, he was able to deflect it. Maybe later on a rush would be useful. So I might want to keep it equipped. But I think a shuriken once again will be the way to go. And then I probably want like Akos and Ungo's sugar, just in general. I don't think there will be any point to using anything else. Could use the ash, but I want to keep it for the pagoda dude. Could try the oil. I don't know, you get a bunch of that. Like, look at that. I've got 32 oil. That seems like quite a lot. Then again, that's strange, right? It clearly states that red-eyed enemies are where you're supposed to use fire. But I've only seen one of these enemies so far, and it was even at a point where it didn't have the flame event. So the whole like oil flame stuff is honestly a bit strange. I mean, I could try it, right? I don't really want to equip too many things, though. I guess I could. I mean, it's always better to just try out different things instead of not doing that. Let's just equip the sugars and equip the oil. I can try it out at least. Let's try out the flame bend against him. I mean, it's supposed to deal posture damage, right? So it might be useful. Or it might be useful at some point. Let's see, maybe I should. The only part that's a bit annoying about these items is that they really take a long time to use and don't last all that long. Which sometimes they don't really feel that well designed, to be honest. Because, you know, because of their like short duration, you have to learn the enemy's movement anyways. So they kind of seem like a fake out almost, right? Where the game, you know, it looks like you might be able to get an advantage over your enemy, but you're really not. You still have to like learn everything that you have or that you must learn in order to kill them. Which just seems... I don't know, I never really liked that. Bloodborne had some similar items that were... I mean, in Bloodborne you could always say like, oh, they're maybe useful for PvP or something, right? I think there are actually a couple of items in Bloodborne that might be useful in PvP, but obviously Sekiro doesn't have that, so... You know, having these items that seem a bit useless at times, it's just unfortunate, I think. I mean, that... Why do that, right? Why include them? Alright, let's see here. So... Do I want to use the shuriken at the beginning to be able to charge in quickly, or do I want to immediately start with the flame wind? Might want to keep it for later, though. Start off with the sugar as well. Maybe use the other one in between. I also don't know how, like... how near you can be to an enemy when you're using these items. Holy shit. Wait, what's he doing? Ah, fuck. That was clearly the wrong button. Fuck. Some of these... Yeah, that was definitely the wrong button. I'm sometimes surprised like how often they actually use their death blows. It sometimes feels like they overuse them a bit. Then again, you are able to counter them pretty easily, right? So... Nope. Again, wrong button. And again, wrong button. Alright, let's try out the oil then. Oh, fucking hell. Wait. Nope, wrong button. Oh, for fuck's sake. I just wanted to try it out. Yeah. Again, it's what I said before, right? Like, even using the items, at least in my case, it really distracts me from actually fighting the enemy. So I'm gonna keep the oil, because maybe that might be useful later on in the fight. But I think that I'm not gonna use the sugar anymore. Maybe the offensive one. I definitely have to be way more offensive. Let's try that. Like, honestly, he doesn't really seem to be all that bad. It's just, he's straight up an enemy where you have to learn his movements and react accordingly. And I'm sort of trying to find, like, the perfect tool to use against him, which is not necessarily how this is supposed to work. Right? It's much more that you have to find the correct movement to use rather than the correct tool. Which is a bit, yeah, I don't know. I wish there would be more of a, I guess, mix of the two. Because so far, in my opinion, really? So far, in my opinion, it did seem from time to time that it was more about, like, either you had an enemy where you had to straight up learn their movement. Are they looking down here? Or he did. He's still looking. So either you have an enemy where you have to straight up learn their movement, or you have an enemy that has some kind of special weakness. But it feels like there hasn't really been an enemy so far that combined both of those things in a very, like, interesting way. Most of the enemies seem a bit more, a bit too straightforward almost, in my opinion. Alright, let's use the sugar first, and then swap back to the healing word. Holy shit! What the fuck? Why? Yes, of course. This is how I wanted this to happen. Really? Wait, what the hell? What? Where is he? Wait, did it bug out the... What the f... Alright, let's just take... So there's scrap iron here. Where the hell did he go? Did he, like, jump after me or something? Maybe I'm actually going to be able to cheese this. Well, that's not him. Those are the two, like, big guys, right? What the fuck? Alright, he saw me. Is the big guy coming after him? I really don't want him to. That's gonna be really annoying. So now they both saw me. Wait, where did the boss go, though? I didn't even notice that you can grapple up here. There is another item. Whoa! It's been a while since we found one of these. But wait, so I didn't get like any I guess any prayer bead or something, right? Maybe it just didn't show? No. So I think whatever, like, the boss enemy drops, I don't have it. That's... Is there any point to these grappling points while I'm fighting the big dude? Not necessarily, right? Because he would always be able to see me, I guess. Or do you think that you can get 2 death blows on him? I don't think that that's possible. All right, he lost sight of me. What I find so irritating is that he's actually going backwards. That looks weird. Like, how the hell... What kind of... Did it just bug out straight? Or, Because he straight up doesn't... You know, he seems to have despawned. So I guess if I move back to a sculptor's idol, he would respawn? Or is he somewhere around this area? Why would he be, though? I mean, I fell down over here, so... Maybe it bugged out because I was doing like a double jump on the wall and didn't fall down straight away. I guess I'm just gonna move back to the sculptor's idol then. I mean, most of these guys are certainly still dead. But he's not around here. So kinda... let's just move back and see what happens. Because that would be really, really... would be pretty bad if we actually didn't get whatever he was dropping. Because I assume that it's gonna be... well, either useful or you actually have to use it at some point. Can I actually move back to the sculptor's idol from here? Maybe. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Let's just rest and go back to it. Still not sure. Let's remove this as well. Let's just go for a straight up fight against him and try and learn his movements. Probably also want to equip the shuriken then. Alright, let's see here. If I move over here, I think... yeah, he definitely respawned. Alright, so that was weird. That the game despawned him just because I was falling down. I'm kind of curious about that. Whether or not that's sort of like an anti-cheese mechanic? That you can't jump down in order to break his... awareness level, right? Because otherwise maybe if you jump down or fell down, he would be unaware of you and you could get a second death row. I think they're kind of... you know, maybe they're doing it this way so that you can't do that. Or it straight up just bugged out. Because I would assume they could just spawn you right in front of him, right? When you came back from the fall. Overall, it's quite the interesting decision that they made with having like a pretty low penalty to falling. Instead of dying, you only lose a bunch of health. Okay. Yeah, one thing that's bugging me a bit about this enemy is that you can use the Mikiri counter, it just doesn't really do anything for you. Just feels a bit cheap, to be honest. Because why... this is honestly like the first time that the Mikiri counter would actually be useful. Nope, that's not how this works. Although it was a bit weird that... I hate this. So this is like actively punishing you for correctly using the Mikiri counter, which is... which is annoying me a bit, I have to admit. Can you... what the fuck? I hate that you can't, like, move back out of the range sometimes. Did he break my posture? Oh, you can't actually change your prosthetic tool. What the hell? Was he... Wait, did that actually... Alright then. Didn't expect that. Burn actually might be the way to go. He's just got a bunch of health though. Like I hit him... How many times did I hit him? 5 or 6 times, and he still had like 4/5 of his health bar? I kind of have to admit, sometimes this game really throws you off. Because some of the enemies, like even when I went like into the abandoned dungeon, and then like the first enemies that we encountered at Simple Temple, all of them are incredibly easy to take out. Like most of the game, you know, apart from the mini bosses, most of the game you're able to stealth your way through the enemies, which makes it so that you never really learn, you know, a lot of the movement that is required to then fight against stronger enemies. Which always, like some of the like mini bosses like him, they just kind of catch you off guard, because it's actually been a while since I really, you know, properly deflected stuff. Because normal enemies, they simply don't require you to actually fight them. Then again, I don't know how else they would do it, right? If you have this kind of mixed system that lets you stealth and instantly kill enemies, but at the same time you do have an actual combat system with the deflections. I don't know whether, like, if there would be another way of combining the two. So maybe I want to try the oil. So the oil staggered him when I used it, which also might be pretty useful. So maybe I just want to try and set him on fire a bunch of times in order to increase his posture damage, and then once he's, like, once that's high enough, I can just break his posture. By the way, is there a way to increase the fire damage? I actually have 3 of these. When did I find the second one then? And I'm also kind of curious to see what would happen if I would jump up to the roof of the Moonview Tower while I was fighting him. But I guess I don't think that he would lose sight of me. That would be too cheap, wouldn't it? A curved withered red gourd. Yeah, they only increase like your resistance against it, which I still don't know why this gourd exists. You know, the first time I saw it, I really thought that there were gonna be like multiples of these, because you have the healing gourd and then you find this one. And I mean, of course, later in the game there might be another one of these for like poison or stuff, but you get so many of the normal items that also do the exact same thing and are even more powerful at doing it. I mean, look at this. I've got 31 dowsing powders. Why would I ever want to use this one then? Seems honestly kind of strange. Yeah. Alright, let's just try setting him on fire then. Hopefully that works better. I hate that you aren't able, like, it's almost like the game, you know, yeah, he just immediately sees you. Can you hit me from here? I actually can't. I kind of want to know what happens when you go back here. 7 Ashna spears. Makes it sound like there are multiple of him, right? Or not of him specifically, but of these enemies. Kind of funny that you're able to heal up while you're up here. Where? Wait. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Guess he's just waiting for me to come back down. Yeah, for some reason I'm just not really capable of... So now it didn't stagger him for whatever reason. I hate these. That did stagger him, however. That, for whatever reason, didn't. I mean, it doesn't really increase the posture damage all that much, but he does take damage from... Why didn't he deflect? Fucking hell! His timings are really annoying. What the? Oh. Did caught the burn. What the? Why is that timing so weird? It's completely different every time. Oh, shit. I didn't notice that my spirit emblems were empty. Well, that was unfortunate. He was, like, Wolf was looking at his arm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Yeah. So, I guess, like, fire is definitely useful. I'm still, like, shying away too much from actually fighting him, to be honest. I should probably get him down first before using the fire. But then again, I mean, consider how low his health actually was right there, right? He only had, like, 1/3 of his health left. And his posture wasn't really taking any damage, at least not from the fire. Which just overall makes it really weird. Again, like, the way the game systems work, I think you should actually take a bunch of more damage there. It doesn't really make sense that his posture wouldn't be... Because it wasn't even at half, right? His posture was at like 1/4 of his, you know, of the possible damage that posture damage that he can take. So it just seems not really... Like, if it's easier to actually get him down, or get down his normal health pool, instead of his posture, that does seem a bit unbalanced, in my opinion. Because you should go for the posture, not the actual damage, right? At least I think you should. Then again, maybe I'm just really, like, running away far too much, instead of actually fighting him, I think. I'm just not really good at, like, picking out what kind of move he's doing. And I am taking, like, way too much posture damage for my liking. And I don't know why that is either. Fucking hell. Is that a thrust attack even? That is certainly... For whatever reason he wasn't able to hit me there. Yeah, of course. The tracking on that is bullshit. Definitely can't stagger him there. Why is he doing this weird move? Ah, fucking hell. Immediately starts me off on the wrong foot. Yeah. I don't know. Am I so bad at these systems? What the fuck? Like, the first enemies that I encountered, like the red-eyed dude... I mean, the red-eyed dude I had a couple problems with, but the other two guys in the Ashen Outskirts, they were pretty easy to defeat, honestly. Oh. Lost child. Somewhere, a pain cough rings out continuously, the coughing and wheezing sounds of one who seems to be a lost child in a large body. Owning this item reduces one's chances of receiving unseen aid. What the fuck? 2 new ones? The charmed one. Coughing and wheezing sounds of a man who is enamored. Enamored with a beautiful melody? Oh, that's the guy at the well. And another one? Seriously? A pain cough rings out continuously, the coughing and wheezing sound of one who is near death. The man who coughs seems to be one who frequently sees those gruesomely abandoned. Even so, he continues to make offerings to the dead. Wait, who is this? That's the merchant in front of the abandoned dungeon, isn't it? I mean, yeah, well, he told us that he is there because he's caring for them as well, right? And he makes offerings to the dead? Alright. I still don't get how this is supposed to work. It's just... the way the game distributes these seems so incredibly random. And this time it reduced my unseen aid by 5%. Down to 7 from 12. Right? Because when you first see this system, you expect it to work. You know, you die like a bunch of times, maybe 2 or 3 times, and then you receive a rot essence. And then if you die 3 more times, you receive the next one. 3 more times, you receive the next one. That's not how it works, though. Instead, you receive 2 at first, which reduces Unseen 8 from 30 to 13%, which is a bunch. Then I received 1, which reduced it only by 1%. And now I received an additional 3, which moved it down to 7. So there seems to be no connection whatsoever to the amount of rot essences that you have compared to the percentage that the Unseen 8 has, which is just such a weird way of doing this mechanic, because it seems incredibly random, but at the same time it's clearly not. Or maybe it was because oh yeah, I think so. I think the last time that I received a rot essence was actually when I was every time that I actually received one, it always gave me the rot essences of all the NPCs that I had seen up until that exact point, excluding the ones that had the rot essence before. So the first time that I got the dragon rod, I think it was actually when I was fighting the dude with the red eyes. I had obviously met the sculptor, and I think I had met the first... No, I had met the maid, but not the crow merchant on top of the mountain. And then I obviously got the blood sample from the maid, and I used it to cure, or I got the first dragon's blood droplet, and I cured it, right? And then the next time, so I went forward and got the, I visited both merchants, the one with the crows and the other one that gives you the quest to eavesdrop on enemies and find out what they want to buy. But those were the only two NPCs that I met. And then I received another, I died a bunch of times, I received more dragon rod, and it affected those two. And then later on, I only met the woman on the bridge, who was then affected. But now, since the last time that I got people affected, I actually met 3 more. The merchant at the abandoned dungeon, the lost child, and also the... Wait, who was the third one? Right, the man at the well. So it always affects all of the NPCs that you have met since the last time people were affected by it. So does that mean... Well, I guess, yeah. So they designed it in a way where the further you progress through the game without actually dying a bunch of times, the more hard-hitting the dragon rod becomes once you actually do die, right? So if you would theoretically progress through the game without ever dying, and then you died a bunch of times to a certain enemy, you would probably receive all of the dragon rods at once, right? Of all of the NPCs that you've seen up until that point. So I guess it makes it so that it is always... So no matter how good you actually are while continuing through the game, no matter how many times you die, if you die at a certain point enough times to receive the dragon rod, it will always punish you by the same amount. So it's connected to how far you've progressed through the game. and not how many times you've actually died. It's still connected to that, of course, right? Only dying multiple times will actually trigger it. But other than that, it will hit you harder if you haven't died for a period of time. But now, I'm really wondering what would happen if I would receive the Dragon Rod once more, but actually didn't encounter a new NPC. Would it then either affect one of the old ones that already had it, or would it maybe even straight up kill one of them? So at this point, I'm kind of tempted to use a Dragon Blood's droplet and see what happens next, right? If I die a bunch of more times, who gets affected then? And also, at the same time, what's really interesting about this, so let's just hypothetically say I wouldn't use a Dragon's Blood droplet right now, but would die to the same enemy a bunch of more times. Since it already affected everybody that it can affect, what would happen then? I mean, in theory, well, it still hasn't affected the two people that had it first, which are the sculptor and the maid. So would it go back and affect those, or would it actually like further affect one of the new NPCs? This is a much more interesting system than it first looked like, right? Because I was kind of taken aback by how it worked, or I didn't know how it actually worked. But now I seem to at least have grasped some of it, which makes it a lot more interesting than it was before. And it also makes the placement of the Dragon Blood droplets, like, it makes a lot more sense that they would place the droplets at the merchants, right? Because once you met them, the next time people get affected by Dragon Rot, it will always affect those merchants. So giving you another Dragon's Blood droplet would make it so that it would always cure them. That is really interesting. I think, well, there's still the merchant. I can buy one more Dragon's Blood droplet. So now that I know that it affects everybody that I've met up until this point, I don't necessarily think that there is any point in... Well, there would be a point in not using the Dragon's Blood droplet to find out whether or not it will affect the sculptor and the maid, or if it would kill one of the newer NPCs. First, though, before I'm doing that, I kind of want to travel to all of them and see what they say. Wait, one of them is right here, so I can just go to him, I guess. One thing that I'm also kind of expecting, though, is some of them might give you something, or might have like another interactable option. Because I definitely thought that after the first time we encountered Dragonrot and the maid gave us the blood, that, you know, there would actually be a point to affecting more people. So while it's definitely a punishment for you dying, you would also get like new things. What the fuck? Wait, where the hell is he? Don't tell me he went down and was killed by the shinobi guy. So he's still standing there. Wait, where the hell is he? Did I actually do something wrong? But I mean, having the rot essence, wouldn't that mean that he's still somewhere? Or did that actually force him to go into the abandoned dungeon? This is rather curious. Did he fall in? Wait, or am I blind? But I don't hear anything either. He's not here, is he? But it doesn't look like this guy has interacted with him in any way. Huh. So this is completely new, that some of them just straight up disappear? Didn't expect that. Maybe he... I mean, he could have gone somewhere else. Let's see. Let's go... Let's actually check out the dilapidated temple. Just so that I'm absolutely sure that nobody has anything additional to say about the Dragon Rod. And then I'm gonna go to Senpu Temple. Yeah, I don't know where he went. I can also... I mean, the other Dragon's Blood droplet isn't that expensive, so I should probably get together a bunch of money to purchase it. She, again, still has the same dialogue, unfortunately. I don't think that he will talk about anything different. No. Alright, so let's go to Senpu Temple then and see... And see if, what was his name? Kurota? If he's still there and how he's affected by it. And then I definitely want to check out the abandoned dungeon and see if maybe the guy went in there alone. It's rather interesting that you aren't able to talk to her anymore. Wait, was that like a leaf? That looked weird. Alright, he's definitely still sitting there though. Nothing to interact with, unfortunately. Can I just go back? Well, then again, let's kill a couple guys to get enough money to buy the other Dragon's Blood droplet. I think there's nobody else here, right? It's only the one dude. Let's see how much money they actually drop. Not bad. They also give a bunch of skill points. Where is there is one? Wasn't there like a third guy? I remember a third guy being here. Maybe they just take a lot of time. I don't see anyone. Wait, where's... I really thought that there was somebody else here. They're really slow. Holy hell. Oh, there he is. I think it's 180 sen, if I remember correctly. They almost... they kind of look like they're wearing a mask as well, don't they? Alright, should be enough. Oh, let's... that was the wrong branch. Alright, let's go back and check out the entrance to the abandoned dungeon. That was here. I mean, you can always reset the dragon rod, right? So it wouldn't necessarily make sense that some of the NPCs would suddenly disappear, or that they would like go to a place where they're not, where they're not supposed to be, or where you could tell them to go, but they wouldn't necessarily go there on their own. He's certainly not here. Right? Hello. He's been cursed. I mean, we know that. Okay, let's get this one. It's been stored. How many coin purses do I have? Not enough, right? That is rather curious that one of them left. But I kind of want to talk to... Let's just run through here. Can't be bothered with the enemies right now. Let's see. Oh, but this guy though, he didn't caught it. And he's not commenting on anything, so the other guy definitely didn't just appear here. Apparently he just straight up vanished. But this is so not all NPCs seem to be able to catch Dragonrod. Then again, he seems to be a person who would probably know the most about, you know, the ways in which it affects people. I mean, technically Emma hasn't caught it, and well, Tutorial Dude didn't either. He seems to be undead anyway, though. Is there another NPC? The Tengu didn't. Yeah, Tengu wasn't affected either, and also not the woman in the same building. They both weren't affected either. I haven't talked to them in a while. Wait. He did stand up, right? And then he just decided to stand next to the door? Oh, interesting. I don't think that they're coming up here, right? Yeah. Alright, let me travel back to the Ashina Castle gate. So there are a bunch of, not enemies, NPCs that are either not able to be affected by it at all, or maybe they have some kind of special trigger for it. Or maybe they're only, you know, they can only be affected later on in the game. Wait, the merchant up here, he doesn't have it either. Right? You don't have Dragon Rod, do you? No, he doesn't. Alright, so well, shit. My previous theory wasn't entirely correct then. Because all of the other merchants have caught it right now. Maybe there's like a limit. Maybe there's a limit of 3. And it affected the last 3 people that you talked to. So maybe there's... Because I was speculating that it affected every NPC that you've met up until that point. Maybe it's limited. No, that's not true either. Because the last time that it affected anybody, it only affected the woman on the bridge. But it could have or should have also affected this guy. What the heck? Well, so it doesn't really work like I was thinking it would. Maybe it is completely random then? But it doesn't make that much sense, to be honest. And he just doesn't comment on anything else. We just got the skill tree from him, and that's it. And this woman here, she, like, she just talked to us, but we weren't to do anything with her. There's no quest that she has, no other things that you might be able to do. Am I missing something with the Dragon Rod? So, if I... one thing that's... I mean, the game obviously does this on purpose, right? You're supposed to kind of go back and forth of whether or not you'll cure it or keep the dragon blood droplets for later. I mean, I could keep one of those until I defeat the guy at the Moonview Tower and then maybe use one. I mean, at least this merchant is definitely somebody that wasn't affected even though he could have been. Unfortunately, some of the NPCs definitely still have quests that I can do or want to do. So continuing and risking some of them dying just for the purpose of knowing how that whole system works also seems a bit dumb, in my opinion. Then again, I mean, to be honest, I would still, like, even if I used the Dragon Blood's droplet now, I would still be able to find out more about the Dragon Rod itself, right? Because the next time somebody catches it, I would see who it is and whether or not it's, you know, like a person who already had it or not. So it's not like I'm necessarily losing a chance to acquire more information about it, even if I cure it now. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. They have been restored to health, alright? I don't know whether or not it helped me with my resurrective power though. Maybe it just increased or decreased the cooldown on it? Might be the case. Let's go back to the reservoir then and see if the guy at the well just reappeared. Maybe I actually should have looked for him. Maybe he was down in the like on the other side where the three little dudes are. Maybe, but I mean, like logically that wouldn't make any sense, right? Because if he would fall down from the point where he is, he would just straight up die instead of being at another place. Might have been able to look over there. And yeah, this should have straight up removed the dragon rods from my inventory, right? Yeah, it did. Really interested to see how this whole system works. And also, at this point, I am also curious to see whether or not this actually punishes you at all. Wait. So he did move to another place entirely. It wasn't the dragon rod that did that, apparently. Maybe he just moved somewhere else in general? So maybe it was different, what I was thinking of before, because I kind of, you know, I felt like I could hold off on him telling, or on telling him to go to the abandoned dungeon, because I was able to go back to him later on, but apparently he straight up moved somewhere else. I mean, maybe I'll see him again. Probably see him again at some point, right? Maybe he moved somewhere that I know of? Huh. Interestingly enough, though, I didn't do anything. Right? I mean, I was in the section before. I talked to him. Then I moved away to fight the guy at Moonview Tower. But I didn't defeat him, so... But the fact that he did caught... the fact that he caught Dragon Rod... I mean, that has... That means that he's still somewhere, right? This is a first, though, right? No other NPC so far has actually moved. Then again, no other NPC gave us the option to be sent to a certain place. So either I just passed the quest, or maybe this means that there is going to be another stage to his quest. Maybe he gets like another quest as well. Because it did seem like you wouldn't necessarily want him to go to the abandoned dungeon, right? He didn't seem necessarily like an NPC that you would want to get killed. Although, technically I don't know whether or not it would kill him to be sent there, but I assume it would. Or at least it would lead to him being, I don't know, you know, treated to some kind of weird experiments or something. Unfortunately, I still don't really know how I'm supposed to fight this guy. Maybe I should actually try the Ichimonji a couple more times. I mean, I would have to find suitable openings for that, though. At least you do get one death throw on him. And again, the wrong button. Last time he actually didn't start with his death blow right away. Nope. I gotta learn that he does the swing after that. And that's... yeah. That's way too strong to be blocked, unfortunately. For fuck's sake. Holy shit. He just straight up heals if you wait for it. Alright. Well, this I didn't know. And what the hell was going on with the fence? What the hell is going on with the fence? Alright. Well, at least I was able to see how it works, or how the game reacts if you let them move away too far. So it just straight up heals them to full, which does make sense, because otherwise you would probably be able to cheese some... I still don't know when he actually does like a swing. Do I want to use my second resurrection? Probably don't want to use it right now. Yeah, I don't know when he uses. The problem is his big wind-up attack. Maybe that's where I should use the Ichimonji, right? And hope that it would actually counter it. Because that is an attack. His normal attacks you can deflect, but his strong wind-up attack, there's no point to deflecting it because it just does way too much posture damage. I have a feeling that I'm gonna have to fight him for a long time anyway, or at least, you know, long enough for the next stage of Dragon Rot to come into effect. So maybe I'll see like who gets affected next time. The flame stuff I definitely want to keep, like when he's about half health. Because at that point he should take a bunch of more posture damage. But again, I haven't really found like any kind of flow to this. The normal attacks you're just straight up able to deflect, but everything else, I mean, obviously his swing you're able to jump over, and his thrust you're able to counter with a Mikiri counter, but even then, like, you're standing there having countered his attack, but you can't do anything, which is really unfortunate. Shouldn't there be a way in which you can handle that? Let me take a look. Did I forgot anything here? Not really. There isn't really anything overly useful. The Nightjar Slash, I don't know, I think the Ichimonji would probably be more useful. And then again, the prosthetic tools, let me equip this. It's better than not having it at all. I still don't really know what I would be doing when he does this long wind-up animation. It just feels like there should be something to do. And what is that? I think that was a thrust, right? Shit. I think you're just able to jump over that? And it just straight up didn't do it. Even though I pressed X a bunch of times. And of course it didn't jump onto him. Why did we trade that blow? What the fuck? And I still hate how the game decides where you're actually jumping. What the... Why did he hit me with the first one? Like, seriously, there's no point to you actually countering that. Unless, of course, well, the point would be that he doesn't damage you with the first attack, he just damages you with the second one. Yeah, that's really strange, because when I counter his thrust, I'm doing the Mikiri counter, and then we're just sort of staring at each other. But the only option that I have that actually does anything is to jump away, which just feels weird. Then again, I didn't try out using the Ichimonji, which I actually wanted to. But still, I mean, that's sort of the weird part about this, is it's not that it's necessarily hard to know what he uses. Yes, I do mess up on that a couple times, right? I messed up like the proper way of reacting to some of his attacks. But the attacks that I reacted, where I reacted in the right way, I still wasn't really able to do anything, which is the exact like weird part, or the part that I also found so strange about the pagoda dude in the memory, which again has or uses things that apparently there's no real counter to. And it's really like, I would try using circle to dodge around him, but some of his attacks then start following you, which also doesn't really seem right? It still seems like there is like another way to do this. Completely messed that up. And it's also one thing How? What the fuck? Why am I constantly doing the wrong thing? I'm always saying I don't want to jump away, and then I still do. Sometimes I really hate myself. I don't know why that... But the problem is, I think the core of the problem is that I feel like I should be able to, you know, try out some stuff. But the fact that if you mess up a deflect once, he just straight up almost instantly kills you. You can recover, but it's quite hard to do, and it just... I don't know, it kind of messes me up. It feels like I should be able to, like, try out a bunch of more techniques, or that the, you know, room for error would be a bit larger than it actually is. But it, you know, straight up, if you mess up one deflect, or mess up one thing, like where you accidentally press X instead of circle, he just immediately, you know, crushes you. Alright, let's try... Oh, seriously? This is also weird. If they do give you the option to go around, they should make it so that it is really impossible for the other guys to see you. Because this doesn't make any sense, that they are actually running after you, even though, you know, this path is clearly designed so that they don't see you. Then again, I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just kind of weird. And it's kind of inconsistent as to how far they're able to see you. Like, I don't even know how to approach this first thing, because after the death blow, you definitely want to get in like 2 hits, right? Whoa, I did press circle. And I'm I should have jumped over that. I hate that they constantly alternate between like swinging and thrusting attacks. That's also something that it really messes me up. What the? Why the hell is he able to hit me even though I'm pressing circle? What the fuck? Why isn't he just doing the normal Mikiri counter? I'm still getting hit. That's not how this is supposed to work. Because there's no other way to dodge that either. You can just jump away, which is the only thing that you could do. Nothing else will work. You can either counter him straight away with the Mikiri counter, but that leaves you in a situation where you can't do anything either, and you're open for his next attack, if you don't jump away. But jumping away doesn't really seem to be what you're supposed to do. That is also like a thing with this game. Either I'm just not really, understanding it correctly, but I feel like, this is not coming from a perspective of wanting like an easier encounter. I do like the challenge. It's just that the way the game, shows you, or the way the animations and stuff work, makes it so that a lot of the times you don't really know what you're actually supposed to do, right? Like in other games, it's very clear to see, all right, this is how it works, this is what you're supposed to do, but in this one, it's very unclear as to how you are supposed to deal with it. Deflect his follow-up strike. Yeah, that might be the way to go. Yeah, I think... Well, did I actually try that? I mean, I could do that. It's just... I mean, that's what I mean, right? That's definitely something that I can try. It's just not really something that makes sense in the context of what the game so far has told you. Because the counter to his attack should actually be a straight up counter, rather than you having to then deflect the counter to your counter. Let's see. Well, of course this time it didn't do it. Again. What the fuck was that? Was that just because I was standing on... Because I just... He did, like, his thrusting attack 2 times, and I countered them normally, and then he suddenly started, like, another pattern entirely that seemed different to what he was doing before. Well, this time I was too late on the counter. Yeah, unfortunately, for some reason he didn't actually do his follow-up attack on that counter to his thrust. Or maybe he just straight up doesn't do it if you're also pressing like a reflection, yeah. And that, I still don't know what am I supposed to do with his long wind-up attack. Holy shit. That was faster than I was expecting. I think I'm pressing circle just too often, and it leads to me dashing around instead of blocking it. I think I just have to wait a bit. But sometimes his attack seems faster, and other times... This is what's throwing me off. I go into it, he does his thrust, and I'm very easily countering it 2 times in a row, which leaves me with nothing because I can't do anything after it. I'm just standing there pressing buttons and nothing's happening. And then he just lets go of me and immediately charges in with the exact same attack again. I'm able to counter it like the way you're supposed to counter it 2 times in a row, and then the 3rd time he does it, for some reason it just doesn't counter it, but instead moves my character like it would move him when you're normally pressing circle. So either I'm messing up some timing, which I assume I am, but I don't know, just seemed incredibly inconsistent. And then he was... I assume the game was bugging out a bit, because I was standing like not in his reach, but he was doing his thrust attack, so he just repeated it like 4 times in a row, even though he never did that before. Maybe I'm just approaching this wrong. Maybe I do have to think a bit more about what I can do. So maybe instead of doing the Mikiri counter and then doing nothing, maybe I should use one of the prosthetic tools. I assume the axe would be a bit too long though, so maybe the flame... let's just try the flame vent. I mean, at this point, I think I'm just gonna have to try like multiple different things. But I don't wanna... I mean... The time that I got him the lowest was also the time when I kind of cheesed through it. So if you're just jumping away using oil and the flame vent, you're able to damage him quite a lot. But I don't really, like, that doesn't necessarily seem the intended way to do this. Alright, let's see. course, it just jumped away instead of doing the counter. I think I definitely want to jump away. It's also, if you press L1, I kind of thought he would hit me there. That was too early. Ah, damn it. It's really annoying. So you have to let go. You have to actively let go of the left analog stick in order for your counter to go through. Which is just not how you would normally approach this. I think that's what makes the counter so weird as well. Is that he just straight up doesn't... He refuses to do it if you know, just very gently touch the left analog stick. He will immediately, you know, instead of doing the counter, move around the enemy, which is not what you want. I definitely feel like I'm getting closer to understanding how this is supposed to work, but the problem is every time I want to try something, he just doesn't do that. He just doesn't do the same pattern of attacks. Wait, what was that noise that I heard just now? No, the NPC is still gone. Maybe that was one of the big guys? And it's also, I don't know, the balancing just seems... Why is this enemy so much harder than the first actual boss that I fought? The Flaming Bull as well was much easier than this guy. At least it feels like it. Like simply from a perspective of understanding how it's supposed to work. It's completely different. Oh, god damn it. Again with this weird timing. Yeah. Why do they always have to put these, like, stronger enemies to places where there are these weird... How did that hit me? That I shouldn't deflect. Alright. Nope, you can't use your for fuck's sake. Reacted too slowly. You can't use your Shinobi prosthetic after you countered him. God, this is annoying. I mean, it's not like he's necessarily a hard enemy, it's just that it's completely unclear as to what you're actually supposed to do in this situation. Like, what's the point of this? Is it just straight up... And then all of the other attacks you're able to dodge with circle, but his long windup, it's not possible. Sometimes it's also what's kind of weird about this is sometimes it seems like I am able to get iframes, sometimes I don't. Because this time I was actually able to evade a lot of his attacks just by moving around him with circle. The last time I tried that, he just straight up hit me with everything. Alright, so that's really unfortunate. For whatever reason, like, wouldn't that be, like, the logical choice after doing the Mikiri counter, that you would be able to use a prosthetic tool? Wait a second. Or is that, like, a skill that I would have to get? I mean, there is, like, another skill that uses the Mikiri counter, isn't there? So I have this one. Increases the damage inflicted to posture. Shinobi's Eye. Do not follow the blade, remaining composed even when fearful of his sharp edge. Doesn't really sound like it would be, like it would change anything, to be honest. Which is also strange, because every other time that I was able to actually use the Mikiri counter, it actually does posture damage. But in his case, it just straight up doesn't. At least I think it doesn't. Or you just don't see it because it's going away so fast. This is also still something that I definitely want to try out. Because you might be able to do that after a Mikiri counter. I'm not so sure about it though. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that would really be useful in this. But, I mean, here's the thing, right? It really feels like I'm missing something that I would or should be able to do after I counter him. Maybe it's straight up the Ichimonji? It's just, it has such a long wind-up animation. And it's also, like, the Ichimonji doesn't really strike me as something that would, like, logically follow after a successful deflection, or after a successful Mikiri counter. But what's really bugging me about this is that it seems way easier to defeat these enemies if you're just straight up going for the sort of cheese kill, right? You can just straight up go for, what? What the hell? Is that the guy that was standing down there? Yes, it is. This is the first time he actually noticed me killing the other dude. Rather interesting. I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of cool that these enemies definitely require very different tactics every time. On the other hand, the game just doesn't seem to give you any hints whatsoever as to how you would be able to defeat them. Which makes it so weird. Because I really want to, like, it feels like you should be able to defeat them by straight up, you know, staying close to them. So at least in theory, you should never use your X jump unless they're doing a swinging death blow. So everything else should be either counterable, is that a word? I think, or it should be dodgeable by using circle. That is definitely how this game tells you to play. But then it also sort of doesn't necessarily seem to follow its own rules. try. Yes, you can evade that with circle. Alright, that makes a lot more sense now. Except that the timing on it seems very inconsistent. Yeah, that was... it's not like the timing is inconsistent, it's just not really all that easy to do. Seriously. What the fuck? What the... I hate this. I hate that there is never an opening to actually heal when you get them down. So, yeah, this is definitely how you're supposed to do it. No, you can definitely just straight up dodge that if you get the timing right. So when he does his like long wind-up animation, shortly before he strikes, you can just straight up dodge behind him. I think I have that down. It's just that I should have probably stayed on the offensive instead of moving away from him trying to heal. Yes, I did got hit, but that was because I was messing up my... I messed up my timing on that. I think I dodged too early. Like a split second too early. And that's why I got hit. Because he definitely follows you with his attack. He follows your movement. So that definitely makes it easier. And if you are on the offensive, he doesn't even use his thrust attack all that often. I think that's more of a like long-ranged attack when you move too far away. I don't know if I actually want to go for the oil. Yeah, it was a pretty good attempt. It's just... It's unfortunate. The oil is very effective, but it's also incredibly risky because every time you use it, if you time it wrong, his attacks are still coming through. Like when you're using the oil or the flame vent, you are able to stun him for if you use it right. But if you use it wrong, you're just straight up getting attacked. He was losing a lot of posture. I don't know. Let's just try it again, I guess. Nope, that was too early. Ah, stand up. And again, too early. Oh, I wasn't even dead. Seriously? Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate. Nope. It's definitely also affected by the staircase. So if you're lower or higher than him, feels like it either increases or decreases the amount of time that you have in order to dodge it. So you definitely want to be on level ground with him or higher. It's just a bit hard to consistently move back to a higher point, since you, like this time, the other guys were alerted by it. So you definitely want to not move further down. So it only gives you like a small space to work with. Yeah, I should try and stay higher. Although the clipping sometimes messes you up as well. When he's on the like upper staircase to the tower, it also it sometimes makes it so that his attacks are just straight up stopping at the side of the staircase, but sometimes they go through, which is really unfortunate. I feel like they placed a lot of the stronger enemies at places where there are a lot of like clipping issues as well. Yeah, that's definitely easier. The problem is now I have to go back. And again, it didn't do it because he moved instead of countering. Too early. That's a really annoying animation. Well, did I actually get lucky the first time? I really thought that you were always able to dodge that. Maybe it was... I mean, you have to be able to dodge it somehow. The run back is becoming a bit annoying, but I guess that's part of it. But I honestly, like at this point, I really don't want to... I don't feel like there is anything else to it. I think it's more a case of getting down the timings for it. And I think I'm waiting too long for his actual attack. I should probably just straight up keep attacking while he's winding up his like strong attack, and then dodge it at the right moment instead of waiting for him to do it. Then again, you can mess up your timing as well, because if you keep attacking for too long, obviously it doesn't let you dodge anymore. Maybe I should... Let's try this actually. What the hell did I just do? Nope. Didn't work twice for whatever reason. Or it was just a different timing the second time around. Nope. Damn it. unfortunate. Alright. I figured out what I did wrong the whole time. And I got a prayer bead. Nice. And I now feel really, really stupid. Holy shit. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Thanks. The game has almost no iframes whatsoever. I mean, it does have them, but definitely like in a completely different way. But one thing, I kind of feel like an idiot now, because the thing that I was doing wrong, and the thing that this game, in my opinion, explains very poorly, definitely, is the trick to the whole thing is never touch your left analog stick when you're locked onto an enemy. So what I did just now, or what I did before, was I was always, like you would in any normal game, you would press your analog stick in the direction you want to dodge, right? But in this game, and this messed me up before, it's when you're locked onto an enemy, it actually, like the point you're dodging to changes depending on your distance and you know your location to your opponent. So if you're then actually not pressing the left analog stick and only use L1, circle, and R1 to attack, it almost plays itself. I mean, I know that I'm still, like, you still have to find out the timing on the whole thing, but this time, I mean, I did get hit a couple times, but the whole dodging thing, it actually takes out having to think about the direction you're dodging in completely, which makes it way easier since you're only having to look out for the timing, and it just automatically dodges the right way if you're not pressing the left analog stick. And also, if you're then just being offensive the whole time, it does actually put a lot of pressure on the enemy and breaks their posture. So I have to keep that in mind. That I think that was really my biggest issue up until this point. That I think I'm just using the left analog stick way too much. It's way easier to not use it. But again, it's very counterintuitive, because it never really tells you that it works this way. I mean, I noticed it when I fought against the tutorial guy, that it was way easier to do the Mikiri counter if you're only pressing circle and not pressing the analog stick. Because if you press the analog stick and then trying to Mikiri counter, most of the time what happens is you just move around the enemy instead of countering him. But it still never really feels like you're actually supposed to never use the left analog stick. I don't know. That was certainly interesting. So I saw this before. I think it's still, yeah, it's still exactly the same. They don't change. Which makes this whole thing even stranger now. What's the point to this whole thing, though? I mean, obviously I did get a prayer bead. But other than the remnant, what is the point of going up here? Or did I miss something on the roof? Let me get back up there. I can't really go any further, I think. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So I definitely have to try that. Every time that I'm fighting an enemy, just completely let go of the left analog stick and see whether or not that's sort of the trick to this. Where's my grappling point? There it is. Alright, so I already got the item that's behind the tower. And there is no door. Well, you can actually look into it though. Oh wait, that's just the, yeah, that's just the upper level where it just was. Anything else you're able to see from here? Not really. Let me actually re-equip the... So this time I didn't really use the oil. I still think that especially once you're very close to breaking the posture of an enemy, it's useful. But then again, honestly, most of the fights so far seem to be way too fast for you to actually use all of the items that are available to you. Alright, let's see. That's definitely just normal, like a normal forest. And then... So there's nothing that really indicates anything beyond those buildings. So the abandoned dungeon has to be like somewhere in those mountains. Kind of a shame. I thought you would be able to see a couple more things from this point. There's still smoke even on the backside of the castle as well. So either there are a bunch of those like shinobi dudes up there, or somebody else put up the smoke. Guess I'll find out. No, you can actually get onto the roof. Didn't expect that. There's nothing up here though. It's a pretty good view. Still, I mean, I did get one prosthetic tool, the horn, that let me do the or let me create the spear. But apart from that, are you really supposed to fight this dude just to be able to see the remnant? And you can even look at the remnant without fighting him. So I could just completely avoid him. Is it really just for the prayer bead? Did it say anything else? Gilbo the Demon's Broken Horn, I found that. Still haven't found the enemy where you're able to actually strip off the armor though. Honestly, seems like there's nothing else to this place. Does seem rather strange. Do what must be done. And this seems like a very generic, almost, line of dialogue. Because it's only stuff that we have heard of before. It's not really any new information. Let's see. I could maybe acquire a skill point here. Don't really need one right now. I think that it was still, like, it definitely was real important that I discovered how you're supposed to fight most of these enemies. Or at least that it definitely helps you quite a lot by not using the left analog stick. So it's much more of a reactionary game than Bloodborne or Dark Souls. Because in Bloodborne, your own positioning and deciding in which direction you dodge is probably even the most important thing, I'd argue, in Bloodborne. Because a lot of the especially tougher boss fights become actually quite easy if you know the proper direction to dodge a lot of the enemies. It seems to be the only point, really, yeah, that you get the beat. I mean, it's a pretty rare item, so it makes sense, but most of the other enemies had more of a point to them, I feel like. Like the bigger end, or the mini-bosses. I have to remember that I didn't kill the dogs. And I'm still wondering where the other dude went. The one that was looking for a melody or some kind of music stuff playing. He just straight up vanished. Now I could... Let's see if I can actually get another skill point. Because if I can, I could actually try fighting the dude in the well. Oh, that was probably not what I wanted. Eh. Wait, where's the other one? Oh, there he is. Not you. I wanted to target the dog. Oh, the big dude is coming. Well, nope. I'm out of here. Is he coming after me? Then again, I don't really have a lot of skill points or Sen. Oh, the big dude's still here. Huh. Thought he would go back. Let's see here. Then again, well, I could buy coin purse from the merchant near the... Are they following me? The one dude is. I think the big dude isn't. Just have to see whether or not he actually returns to his original position. I think at some point he probably will. Oh, there he is. Oops. You didn't hear anything. Is he actually... He's not seeing me, is he? No, he's not. Oh, seriously? I just want to get a skill point. I don't want to fight you the whole time. Although... let's try. Nope, that was... Holy shit. thought I was dead. Well, not as clean as I wanted it to be. I think I killed one of them, right? There's only the one dude left. Unfortunately, wasn't enough to get the whole skill points. So, let's see here. Let me just get the skill point, and then I'm gonna return to this place and try fighting the dude in the well. Let's get to... actually, the entrance to it, and try and kill the... Yeah, that really messes me up sometimes. I had that like at least 2 or 3 times, even against the like mini boss. And it always looks like you're dead because the wolf lies on the floor, and normally it takes, well, like a second or something for the death or resurrect screen to appear. So you're lying there thinking that you're actually dead, but you aren't. It's kind of weird that it's possible to survive with such a low HP. I like the sounds they make. Can't hit the dog. Can I? No, I can't. Oops. I honestly thought the bell would make a different sound. Apparently it doesn't. Still not enough. He's turning back. Let's see. Does he see me? Nope. Should be enough, hopefully. Yes. 186. Holy shit. That's way more than I expected. Alright. Let's get a couple of coin purses. How much do I have? 512. Let's buy these 4. And maybe 2 more of this medicine. Don't really need it, but don't want to lose the sen. And then I actually wanted to get... wait, this one, right? Although, I don't think that I'm really gonna use it. I think I'm actually gonna keep the skill point. Wait, do I lose it when I'm fighting the other guy? I mean, it's easy to get, so... let's just try fighting the other guy. I definitely want to keep the coin purses, just so that I'm able to buy the mask fragment from the merchant at some point. Alright, let's see here. Oh, and I need a couple more pellets, unfortunately. Well, let's kind of scout him out first. I mean, I know how the other dude in the memory fights. At least I think I do. So maybe he will be similar. I could have just grappled over. Completely forgot that there was this grappling point here. Yeah, and I'm really curious to see where this guy moved that was standing here. Expected him to just stay here, honestly. Alright, let's see if I can even get the first drop on him. Yes, I can. Lone Shadow, Long Swordsman. No, that was... What kind of attack was that? Holy shit. It actually looks quite menacing. This is a very unfortunate arena, though. Wait. Broke my target lock. So you can probably just straight up evade his jump attacks. Nope. That was bad timing. Kind of a fight with the camera here. Ah, that was unfortunate. And he almost broke his posture. Shit. If I had healed, if I had one more healing gourd or something, I could have done it. Yes, but I think yeah, the camera angle. Camera angle is really unfortunate in some of these fights, and they're so cool, like the setup and the enemies themselves and the way they're designed. It's really well done, but sometimes the camera really messes you up. And especially since I definitely tried the same thing again with not hitting the analog stick at all, and I think it was pretty good because I was much better fighting him than I was when I fought his like counterpart in the memory, which I still haven't defeated. So I definitely think that I figured it out. Now I just need to get my timings down better. It's just really unfortunate because if you're doing it this way, if you're not using your analog stick, you kind of depend on your target lock to actually stay on the enemy you're fighting. And sometimes, like if you're very close to a wall, it just breaks your target lock, which is really unfortunate. And I also don't know why they insist on putting the mini-bosses in places where there are these weird like interactions with the environment. Either it's the camera that's kind of messy, or, you know, like the dude up there, it kind of clipped into the ground, or he clipped on the staircase. If they just would straight up make it a flat surface, I feel like most of these fights would feel better, or would have fewer problems with these types of attacks or issues. I probably want to get a few more pellets though before I fight him the next time. And I think I keep the skill point, right? So I'm gonna keep that as well. One thing that I wanted to do though, I'm gonna quickly go back to the dilapidated temple. So pallets, I think one of the merchants still has pallets. I think the one at the entrance to the abandoned dungeon still sells a few of them. I also might be able to get some drops from enemies as well. Still the same dialogue. Well, don't want to bother going to the sculpture. Alright. This has been pretty successful. Well, I defeated one mini-boss. I'm gonna count that as a success. But it's been a ton of fun. Unfortunately, I will have to stop here. I'm probably gonna return to Sekiro tomorrow. And I'm thinking about actually trying fighting. Now that I kind of figured out how this works, I think the analog stick was really what was messing with me, especially against the other, like, shinobi dude at the pagoda in the memory. So we'll definitely try to fight him next, instead of the guy in the well, just because I really want to get the memory, you know, done at this point. Definitely gonna try that. I just, at the same time, I also just want to know whether or not it's easier fighting this way against him instead of what I was doing before. Since how many tries did I actually have against him? I think I tried at least like 15 times, maybe even more, fighting him, and wasn't really successful. I was very close, but it was with kind of cheesy tactics by using a bunch of ash and, you know, getting far away and then very swiftly closing the distance again. I got him very close, but I never really defeated him. So I'm gonna go back to him, and if I'm able to defeat him, I'm then gonna try Lady Butterfly before returning to the present, so that I can complete the memory, and I want to kind of see whether or not that actually changes anything about the present. Yeah. So I think that's what I'm going to do next time. So for now, that's going to be it. It was a ton of fun. And thanks a lot for watching. Hope I see you next time. Bye-bye.